Allison Drew,
Here.
Addie Helliger,
Here.
Grail James,
He's here. Her microphone's off.
see her lips moving. Tim Rice,
Here.
Dave Rosenthal,
Here.
and Kristen Tossan.
Here.
Staff, Deanna Saavedra,
Deanna Saavedra here, sir. Thank you.
Brian Glenn,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Anthony Indelicato,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Beth Martinez,
I'm here.
Oscar Perez,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Long Pham,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
David Ryder,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Joe Rodriguez,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Robert Scamardo,
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Veronica Sofer,
Veronica Sofer here.
and Gwen Touche.
I'm here.
And Board Counsel Rick Morris.
Here.
All right, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree. It is 6:01 p.m. and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of a quorum attending on video conference. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. On March 16th, 2020, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to the coronavirus COVID-19. In accordance with those suspended rules, Fort Bend ISD certifies the following. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference. This meeting is being held by video conference because the convening at one location of a quorum of the governmental body is not appropriate during the COVID-19 public health emergency. Based on guidance from federal, state, and county authorities concerning large gatherings and social distancing during the COVID-19 public health emergency, there is no established location for an audience to observe the meeting. However, the live meeting is audible and accessible through a YouTube link that was timely and appropriately provided to the public and media as part of the meeting posting through a news release and via the district website. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the standard instructions for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. All other meeting procedures will adhere to the board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. Even though this meeting is being live streamed on the district's website and on the district's YouTube channel, an audio and video recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public on the district's website. First, this evening on our agenda is going to be our audience items. And our first speaker this evening, actually, let me go ahead and read the rules. I will read the name of the person registered to speak and share that they have 3 minutes to make their comments. Prior to speaking, the board's recording secretary, Mr. Gary Rozier, will unmute their microphone and share their video stream. Once the speaker starts his or her comments, Mr. Rozier will announce when they have 30 seconds remaining. Once the 3-minute time limit has expired and whether or not the speaker has concluded his or her comments, Mr. Rozier will mute their microphone, turn off their video stream, and remove them from the meeting. With that being said, Ms. Cato, we're ready whenever you are, ma'am. Please state your name for us and start whenever you're ready.
My name is Laurelia Cato. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to address you this evening. I'd also like to extend many thanks for allowing members of the community to speak earlier in the meeting as we need to get home to finish educating our children. My husband and I are working parents that have 4 children currently enrolled in Fort Bend ISD, 3 in elementary and 1 in middle school. I believe we speak for the majority of working parents that are eager for the return of face-to-face instruction like many other districts in the area are doing. Thank you for giving parents the opportunity to give our opinions for what we wanted in requesting Learning Center access. However, of the 10,000 students that requested access, we were not in the slim 1,000 who were actually granted that opportunity. We are in the group of parents that are burdened with having to provide childcare, which doesn't make them any safer than being in a classroom setting. I do recognize that much work has been done to get us to this point, but more work should have been done by this board to support working parents. While I'm glad there is more synchronous time in the fall versus what was poorly managed in the spring, I'm also disappointed by the number of assignments given to first graders. They have to complete 30 to 35 assignments per week on their own. These are 6-year-olds having to fumble with disorganized technology. They need face-to-face instruction immediately. Members of the board have repeatedly told parents to be the parent, as if we were expecting schools to raise our kids without any support from us. I'm of the mindset that face-to-face instruction plays an extremely valuable role in my children's mental well-being, social interaction, and ability to learn with others. Online learning does not provide that even in our current technical state and allows for the gap to widen among those in different socioeconomic circumstances in our district. The words separate but equal come to mind. I do not understand how so many districts in our area can offer face-to-face while this transformational district cannot. The parents pushing for online to be an option and members of this board should no longer hinder face-to-face instruction opportunities. I'm speaking for my 6-year-old who is eager to return to face-to-face instruction. For the board members that are up for re-election this fall, do you fully support returning face-to-face, or are you eager for the online model to continue as it has these first 4 weeks? Transparently, I was disappointed by the videos released to educate parents about what face-to-face instruction would look like. They appear to be a scare tactic to prevent face-to-face instruction even more. Feedback from the parents should have been requested before
30
releasing
seconds remaining.
information to the community. I was furious to hear that members of the board were disappointed that the information from focus groups was shared on social media. In regards to transparency, little to none is what's being given to the community. Again, we have 4 children in the district and we were not invited to that focus group. I would like answers to these questions and answers that don't just sound like you guys are giving patting yourselves on the back. I suspect you don't have these answers, so I would urge parents to provide an answer of their own and support school representatives.
Time has elapsed.
Thank you, Ms. Cato, for speaking this evening. Thank you, Mr. Rozier. Next speaker is Mr. Rashad Chowdhury. Start whenever you're ready, sir. Please state your name, and whenever you want to begin, go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you. Whenever you're ready, sir.
I'm Rashad Chaudhry. We have from Sugarland, Texas, and we have 2 children in the Fort Bend ISD School District in Clemens High School. Both are 9th graders. So they're very excited to start school, which they didn't. But I'll be speaking against the move for back to school, or at least delaying the process. As I said, we have 2 kids. One is actually special needs, and he's not able to sit in front of the computer for more than a few seconds. And he's always, he's like a little kid, less than a 5-year-old. So we always have to run around, and then we work from home, both of us, me and my wife. And our daughter, who is also a 9th grade, she's ecstatic about going back to school. For her, going to new school and socially interacting with school, that's part of their social and emotional development. And for all purposes, I should be the person who should speak for going back to school. But unfortunately, things are not as nicely look as it should actually. Obviously, committee knows, the members know that we are the #1 nation in the pandemic scenario, and it is not getting much better. And in this scenario, I would give you 2 examples. One example is they opened up school system in South Korea after the pandemic was gotten under control. And once it was almost to 0 level, were they able to open their school, and they're still able to sustain it. An opposite example is Israel, where they opened up their school, and unfortunately there was an outbreak and they could not sustain it, and they had to do another lockdown. So those are the scenarios that we are looking at. And also another study from Italy, where children under the age of 14 where younger than we're transmitting viruses more effectively and more efficiently than children.
30 seconds remaining.
So this would be my main point. We should allow separate, and we are going for separate and definitely unequal education when you allow some parents to send their kids to school and some parents to do online, and that cannot be allowed under our constitution. Separate and unequal education cannot be allowed, unfortunately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for speaking this evening, sir. Our last speaker this evening is Mr. Edkins. Whenever you're ready, sir, please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and Mr. Rozier will let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, my name is Lowell Edkins. I'm an AP physics teacher at Ridge Point High School. On top of that, I am the current teacher of the year for my campus and a district finalist. Before I begin, I would like to recognize the incredible number of hours put in by the design team and Dr. Dupree to give us what they perceive as the best possible plan. However, I believe I've developed an option that can fit the needs of more teachers, especially those teachers who teach single courses at a secondary campus, all the fine arts, athletics in every class period, CTE, and our at-risk students. The current plan has caused many questions and concerns to come from parents and students. They want to know from me what my plan is or what they can do to make me their teacher. The biggest problem with this is I have no idea. First of all, I do not understand the mathematics that go behind this plan. And second of all, I don't know if online or face-to-face increases those odds. However, I can tell that this new plan has a great chance of me losing a great number of my students unless I could figure something out. I want to keep my students, all of them. I do not want to lose my students because of some random scheduling concern. I know other teachers feel the same. In order to give us a fighting chance to keep our students, we need to sync the online and face-to-face schedules. We all need some sort of stability. Might I suggest that we make a schedule that we will not have to change if we have to go back to full online or face-to-face. I propose we move all class start times to the start times of face-to-face. Then we can make the last 30 minutes of each 90-minute class asynchronous time if the online class is needed. This will give us both practice and tutorial time. This will also afford us a 45-minute window in between online classes to come to school to do fine arts, CTE, or athletics, a far simpler solution than the current one. It also allows AP classes the much needed time that has been taken from our classes by the current schedule. The current time constraints in place for online will be detrimental to the success of AP classes, in my opinion. All students should have the 90-minute option, whether they are face-to-face or online. This is a desperate need for us to be successful. A sync schedule also allows us to facilitate EOC concerns and many other problems. The current plan also does not offer equal education. No amount of asynchronous time is going to make up for the 30 minutes of class that I get to instruct my kids. It will also make the scheduling nightmare that the APs and counselors are currently trying to solve a possibility, also greatly increasing the odds of keeping the teachers. I'm aware that people like the 9 o'clock start time. Of course they do. Who wouldn't?
30 seconds remaining.
However, putting other factors for parents to consider like this one, or whether or not they get to keep their teachers, is simply not right. The only factor that parents should be considering is the educational versus safety concerns of the two options. As I only have 3 minutes, I do not have the time to go over the specifics right now. I would love to, but I can't. I believe it is essential for the success of our students to sync the schedule as soon as we can. It gives precious time back to our students and the stability for us for adaptation. I implore you to give me the possibility to keep
Time
my
has
students.
elapsed.
Thank you, Mr. Edkins. We appreciate your speaking this evening, and thank you for your hard work educating our children. All right, moving along to our action item. May I have a motion?
Mr. Radine, I move to approve the timeline for beginning face-to-face and online learning models as presented.
May I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. James and a second by Mr. Rosenthal. Do we have discussion?
Yes.
Doctor? All right. Do we want to have discussion before we do the presentation, or Dr. Dupree?
Oh, I'll let you guide that, Mr. President. And we have a presentation.
Okay, why don't we do the, go ahead.
Okay.
President Bradine, I was going to suggest that we do the presentation because maybe the presentation may answer some of the questions that we have.
Agreed. My audio is skipping around a little bit, so I apologize for just a second. Dr. Dupree, why don't we go ahead and do the presentation whenever you're ready, sir?
Very good, Mr.
Thank you.
Roger. Thank you. So as we get started, my part's going to be brief tonight. I'm going to let staff get to some of the heart of some of the questions that I know the board and some of the community members have about the schedule for the transition. But in overview, I want to start by just kind of reminding the board where we've been and where we're heading. So if we can go to the first slide, Mr. Rozier. So just briefly, you'll go back to the fact, we started school on the 17th of August. We opened our learning centers. And then on the 24th, we began special education and secondary learning centers. I want to point this out because part of our objective in doing all of this work was to begin tracking data and following a trend. I know in the community, there's still a degree of concern about opening for face-to-face, but we believe at this point that we're in a good position based on the medical information we're receiving from our consultants, the data we have gathered, our personal observations in the district within the programs we're already running. We believe we're in a good place to be able to, on September 3rd, ask all staff to return to work, and then on September 28th, begin the transition to face-to-face, and by October 9th, have all students desiring face-to-face to be learning on campus. A lot of this work goes in tandem. You know that we've shared now with you, the board, the comprehensive plan, back to school plan. That'll be available to the public tomorrow after this meeting. We're currently running an online learning model for up to 8 weeks based on the waiver that you approved in early August. And that at the conclusion of that waiver and at the end of the transition we discussed, we will have students learning online and in face-to-face models. All of this is supported by 2 documents that are required by the TEA. First of all, the synchronous attestation that the board approved, along with a resolution addressing special education, IEPs, and FAPE. That was already approved and submitted. There's also an asynchronous plan that's required, since all of our students at some point will engage in both synchronous and asynchronous learning. Those terms are well familiar to most folks in our organization, certainly the board, but the asynchronous plan is on tonight's agenda for discussion and then potential approval on the 21st. But I just want to kind of frame how all of this fits together, because this is not only about the instructional quality that we want to provide our students. The synchronous and asynchronous, the attestation and the plan are necessary related to funding. These are ways that we're giving evidence to TEA that our students are in school participating, whether it's synchronously or asynchronously, and how they're learning. So those are the elements that have gone into all of this work. As a reminder, the proposed timeline for the face-to-face transition, as I already mentioned, would begin on September 23rd with staff returning to work. And then on September 28th, we would begin the transition of students beginning on the elementary during that week of the 28th. And then the following week, the secondary schools would transition in. And we would be bringing it, for all of the grade levels, we would be bringing in 1 to 2 grade levels per day to get them accustomed to the model of the school, the health and safety protocols, what learning will look like in this environment. And once again, by October 9th, all students would be in the in the face-to-face learning environment, those who selected that option. That's important because the new 9-week grading cycle begins on October the 12th. And that was our goal, was to complete all of this so all of our students can get a clean start with the new grading cycle. Once we completed the learning model selection, we ended up with roughly 60% of all of our students selecting the fully online model and 40% choosing the face-to-face model. Now, you can see this varies. I've shown it to you in this particular slide, but with all of the schools in a particular feeder pattern combined. So you can see it does vary across the district based on many, many factors. But ultimately, what we have found is that There are strong opinions on either side, and we do have many who are eager to get back to face-to-face in each of our feeder patterns. And that's based on many needs from, as you've heard tonight, it's based on the needs of working parents. It's based on just the lack of fear of the virus and the desire to go ahead and get back to the sense of normalcy that they desire. And some, of course, choose fully online because of their ongoing concerns. So I think we've done a good job as an organization to demonstrate that we're going to keep our children and our staff safe to the best of our ability. But and again, we're still dealing with a great deal of uncertainty. But at any rate, we're of our 76,000 students, we're at 60-40 split. I would point out that that's actually a flip from where we were in early June when we did it was not an individual family and by student survey as this was, but in early June, it was actually 40% fully online and 60% face-to-face. So what we're realizing is now that we're several weeks into the school year, many of our families are comfortable, those who are able to be, and that are not feeling the stress of dual, of the working parent. Many are enjoying and believe that their children are benefiting from the online learning experience. But it's no surprise because all of our students have different learning styles. And for many of them, they thrive in that environment, while others thrive definitely in the face-to-face, and some students struggle in the face-to-face. So just like our regular day in school, our students are going to have an opinion and their parents are going to have an opinion about what's best for their child. But this is where we are today. As we've talked about before, our students at the end of the next grading cycle will have an opportunity to change their learning model. So all students, once they select it, and this is kind of per TEA guideline, is they have to choose for the grading period. And then there's a 2-week window that they will be able to make a selection for the upcoming grading period. So the selection they've made now will get them through December. And then in December, we will open a 2-week window for parents to transition between the two learning models if they choose to do that at that time. So that will be something we've actually established a process for that. Parents will be sent that information at the appropriate time to make the change. Of course, we will always consider extenuating circumstances if there's a need to make a change out of cycle, but those are going to be very limited because they will have a direct impact on our scheduling and teacher assignments and those kinds of things. In regard to our staff, we also ask our staff, we've notified staff that they'll be returning to work in the buildings, and they had the opportunity to submit a request for accommodation. Now we're still in the process of going through all of those and working with our staff on those, but we had about 85% as of last week, about 85% of our teachers did not submit that, while 15% of our teachers did request an accommodation. That's about 800 teachers different district-wide. The teachers whose accommodations are granted will be able to still be employed and teach online, because with 60% of our students learning online, we're going to need a great deal of online teachers. So there will be opportunities. We want to preserve our work staff to the best of our ability, but it is also important that we have adequate staffing for those who are in our classrooms. Other campus staff, about 86% are returning without filing the accommodation. 14% actually filed accommodation. And then for non-campus staff, about 95% were able to return without filing an accommodation. About 5% filed for an accommodation. So as I mentioned earlier, we have 2 learning models that we're currently using in Fort Bend ISD, the face-to-face model, which is going to be very traditional. It'll be a school day, and at the elementary, they're going to have content area blocks spread throughout the day, as they normally would, including their out classes. At secondary, we're going to do an AB block. That's a 1.5-hour content block every day. And then for the online learning model, it'll be a little different in that our students will have synchronous learning in the AM at the elementary school. And then at the secondary, they'll have their synchronous learning throughout the day. And then they'll have asynchronous largely in the afternoon. We have found and we see very positive feedback about the online schedules. And that's one of the reasons we're planning to continue that schedule even during this transition. So with that, those are just kind of my opening comments. What I wanted to do next is ask the leaders who have led this design team, Dr. Dina Hill and Dr. Brett Lemley to kind of take over from here and provide a little more background and information and really address some of the specific differences, kind of compare and contrast, if you will, of the two models and why we've chosen the schedule that we have chosen. Dr. Lemley?
Thank you, Dr. Dupree. So you guys have seen this type of slide before. In considering our master schedule models, we first and foremost want to talk about curriculum and instruction, ensuring that we have equitable access for all of our students, and as well as providing pacing guides for all of our teachers to continue along with curriculum and instruction throughout the course of the year at an appropriate pace. Also, the required minutes by the state, we're obviously going to satisfy those. We want to supply consistency to our families as well. And consistency looks like the same start and stop times for those parents and students who have requested to stay online, and a more traditional start and stop time, which would be what students are accustomed to when they are coming to the building. We want to make sure we have business continuity. That means just the way we do our business. We want to we want to have some continuity with the way we conduct our business in either modality. And then effective and efficient use of resources speaks to the fact that when we do have this staggered schedule, we're able to utilize district-wide resources to efficiently and effectively accommodate all of our student requests. And that means not only our facility resources, but our human resources as well. And then, of course, like Dr. Dupree mentioned, throughout the thought exchanges and surveys and the parent focus groups, that parent feedback that we've been receiving has dictated a lot of our choices as we move forward. So let's talk about the master schedule. We are going to be deploying a staggered online face-to-face master schedule. And as I mentioned before, it's going to offer us a greater flexibility to utilize our resources appropriately. And that would include cross-entity opportunities for our teachers, meaning that some teachers would teach students from other campuses, perhaps. And this would be online only, where we would have some classes that perhaps would not make. They'll now going to be able to make, because we're going to have a teacher that would be more of a district-wide teacher teaching students from across the district. Greater opportunities for students to attend certain face-to-face classes. Our students, we've heard loud and clear from our students in athletics, fine arts, CTE, and specialized programs that they would like to attend their in-class face-to-face course throughout the day. And we've gone to great lengths to ensure that there's some significant overlap in those schedules to ensure students are able to attend school when they would like. Like I said before, greater efficiency with our staffing and facility use. By staggering our schedules, we're able to fit into the gaps, if you will, for our facilities and staff. And again, respecting our parent input, parents who requested, the overwhelming response about the online model was that they liked the modality that we are currently in, the 9 to 2:30 synchronous, plus the hour and a half or so afterward for the asynchronous piece. The parents really enjoyed that. We did change the elementary, if you'll recall, from the previous one that we're currently in, into when we transitioned the online portion, the synchronous portion is going to be chunked in the morning. And that is, again, in response to parent input. And then also maintaining the consistency of current online schedules and traditional face-to-face. We're trying to provide as much normalcy and consistency as we can. Students who want to stay online, we want to keep them consistent with the times that they become accustomed to. And students who want to return to school, we want to give them the consistency of the school hours that they have become accustomed to prior to the pandemic and the closures. We did consider some online schedules, and as we proceed through the next couple of slides, you're going to see some of the similarities that we found when we did consider those. Go to the next slide, please. So if you'll take a look, just take a little look down this slide real quick, and you'll see that we have columns for the staggered schedule and columns for the aligned schedule. And you'll see there's check marks in both columns for most of the rows on this chart. Consistency due to the traditional face-to-face start and stop times. Both of these schedules have that. We believe that the staggered schedule is going to be more efficient facilities, teachers, and resources use. We also have shown that the special class attendance for online students is going to be more easily facilitated under the staggered schedule. Both schedules will accommodate intervention time in elementary school. Both schedules are going to accommodate the AB block schedule. Both schedules will accommodate cross-entity teachers. In fact, both schedules will require cross-entity teachers. Both schedules will have teachers teaching from online and from on campus. Both schedules will require asynchronous learning for online students, and both schedules will require space limitations for face-to-face increasing loads and face-to-face increasing loads, which will increase loads for online teachers. Regardless of which model we select, we're going to be under these constraints. And so both these models are going to follow those two constraints. Next slide, please. You'll see on this one, again, we're continuing this chart. Both models are going to require some schedule changes. Even if we synchronize the schedules, we still have two populations of students, one at home and one at school, two populations of teachers, one at home and one at school. Those two different populations across two different entities will not completely 100% synchronize. Therefore, we will have to have some schedule changes. Our transition due to COVID outbreak would be seamless in both models. This next one, live streaming is not possible due to infrastructure restrictions. Neither model will allow for live streaming, which is something that I personally have been hearing a lot about from different people, asking how come we can't do that. We do have some restrictions on our infrastructure, so neither model will allow us to do that. Again, the efficient facilities, teachers, and resources use, parent feedback group, we've talked about that already, minimal disruptions in existing timings. For the aligned schedule, there would be no change in PLC times. For the staggered schedule, we'll have some changes in PLC times, but the PLC times will still be available. And then less potential for schedule and teacher changes. If we do have an aligned schedule, there will be less potential for teacher and schedule changes, however, there still will be some. And then teachers will teach both online and face-to-face. If we're in the aligned schedule, every teacher will teach both online and face-to-face. If we're in the staggered schedule, some teachers will teach both online and face-to-face. So moving on, you'll see that this is a graphic that you've seen before, except for now what we've done is we've placed those dates at the top of it. So you can see the September 23rd teacher return to school date, September 28th for pre-K and kindergarten, September 30th for first grade, October 2nd for second grade, and then the following Monday, October 5th, we'll be bringing in 6th grade and 9th grade. 2 days later, 7th grade and 10th grade. And then Friday, October 9th, we'll have 8th grade, 11th, and 12th grade, along with the rest of our elementary school students, so that by that very first Monday of the second grading period, all of our students will be back in the environment to which they have requested. So let's talk a little bit about face-to-face secondary. A lot of confusion around AB block and what that really means. And this slide was just meant clearly to inform you on what an AB block is. It's a 90-minute schedule, 4 periods a day over a 2-week cycle. So we'll have an A day on Monday, a B day on Tuesday, followed by an A day, followed by a B day. And you can see it's over a 2-week, 10-day cycle. We'll see 5 A days and we'll see 5 B days. At the bottom of this slide, you'll see that we have presented you with the face-to-face middle school belt schedule and the face-to-face high school belt schedule. Hopefully those look familiar to you, the start and stop times, but you'll see that we do have the hour-and-a-half, 90-minute block for those face-to-face times for both high school and middle school. What does that look like in the online teaching environment? We are going to follow the AB block schedule that the face-to-face is following. There will be some synchronization there. We do that so that our teachers and PLCs can plan together and pace together and continue the instruction along the same lines. They will still be 90-minute blocks. You'll have 60-minute synchronous and 30-minute asynchronous. So 90 minutes per curricular time. And of course, it is still over a 2-week cycle. The difference will be in the online schedule. You can see that the synchronous learning is compressed into a shorter amount of time, allowing for less screen time that would normally be required if we were in a synchronized schedule. And then also allowing for some of those mental breaks. Students who are online at home, we have discovered need some more mental breaks, need some more social emotional care, because they are not with their peers. They're not in that social environment. So we've built in some of those breaks for them there. So let's look at the overlap between the two schedules. A lot of discussion about, can I attend a specialized course? So we want to show you just how that will happen in the staggered schedule. If you look at this one, this is the high school schedule. On the right is the face-to-face. On the left is the online. So you'll see on the right from 7:30 to 9 o'clock is first period or fifth period, depending on, I would say, day or B day. And you can see that doesn't align with anything on the online schedule. Therefore, online students could attend a first or fifth periods face-to-face course if they so chose. They would have plenty of time to get back for their first or fifth period online course, which happened to be the same course. So therefore, that transition time is not lost for the instruction, because they've already been through 90 minutes of it on campus. Second period is a little asynchronous because the second period online is 10:15. Second period face-to-face is 9:15, but we do sync back up during that third period. If you'll recall, when we're in face-to-face, our campuses don't just have one lunch, they have several lunches. And so depending on where that lunch is placed in third and seventh period, that the schedule will line up with that third or seventh period in the online and lunch period with the online students as well. So there's another opportunity in the pink for students to attend a face-to-face specialized course. And then of course, the last period of the day, students were able to come back up to campus in that face-to-face course as well. When we move on to the middle school schedule on the next slide, you'll see same type of idea. The only thing is the open period is at the end of the day. That fourth and eighth period doesn't align with anything online. Therefore, students could come after their online learning and come and attend that fourth and eighth period synchronously. First period lines up quite nicely. You'll see in the top line. Second and third will line up with the second period for the face-to-face. Again, depending on where the lunch is, you might have second period aligned or you might have third period aligned. It just kind of depends on where the lunch falls. And then fourth and eighth, you can see is a 1:30 to 2:30, where third is a 12:50 to 1:20. If we incorporate the online lunch, that would be another time where that student could possibly come up and attend a face-to-face course. So you can see there is significant overlap in both high school and middle school schedules when we have this staggered start. So let's talk about what a typical high school schedule may look like. This is a high school student, an actual student at one of our high schools that we pulled his or her schedule. The student is a fine arts student. You can see on the top of the slide is the current schedule that student is following right now. This person has English 4 first period, AP Biology second period, third period is economics, fourth period is choir 4. On B day, fifth period is anatomy and physiology, sixth period is calculus AB AP, and seventh period is an off period, and then eighth period is the advisory. So you can see this student is clearly a high achiever and a senior. Lots of top courses there in the schedule. At the bottom of the schedule, you can see how this might transition into what it would look like for the face-to-face synchronous if the student was an online student. So first period English 4, second period AP, Bio, third period Spanish 3, and then fourth period, and there's a mistake on this slide that that Spanish 3 and the seventh period off period, those should be the same class, and it looks like we made a mistake there. Fourth period, A&P, and then we go to the B day, we move choir to fifth period so that they can attend that fifth period time, 7:30 to 9, sixth period eco, seventh period calculus AB, and then eighth period advisory. So you can see that the schedule would flow just nicely so that we could attend that choir class. If we go to the next slide, please. This student is an athlete who is taking face-to-face courses. Looks like to be a junior. They're in English 3, US history, sports and entertainment, securities and investment, athletics, anatomy and physiology, physics, and then eighth period of advisory. We roll that down into the online student wanting to attend the face-to-face course. You can see we've placed that in fifth period so the student can attend athletics at the beginning of the day quite nicely. And then if we go to this third student on the next slide, this is a CTE student who may be attending Reese. So what we would do in this case is we would have on the A day, they would have their Algebra 2, History, and Physics, and then their Principle of Ag and Food, Natural Resources. On B day, they would go over to Reese and see their Culinary Arts periods, their English 3 there at Reese, and then they would come back for their advisory online if they so chose. So we've tried to give you some examples of what those high school schedules would look like for students who are actually attending the online courses and want to attend a face-to-face course as well in specialty class. So let's talk a little bit about teacher workload. Like we said before, teachers may be in face-to-face, they may be in online, or they may be in a combination of both, depending on what is required by the student request. We're going to ask that teachers only teach online and face-to-face in the same class in extreme circumstances. And that would be teachers who are wanting to do that, or teachers who are in specialized situations, sort of like one of our speakers was talking about tonight. If we look at the pre-pandemic loads that we had down there in that top arrow, the average workload, this is actual numbers from the 2019-2020 school year. Our average teacher workload in the secondary ranged from 150 students a day to 220 students a day. And in elementary, we range from 15 students a day to 25 students a day. The workload coming up in the new schedule, in the proposed schedule, is going to be, it's going to vary, but it's going to be right in line with that 150 to 220 for teachers who are online and face-to-face. Of course, the face-to-face teachers will be limited because of space constraints and room size. And then the online teachers are going to carry the students who are online. Some of the support that we would offer to teachers who are teaching online and maybe carrying a little heavier load is we would reduce their preps. They would have additional planning time built into their day. Of course, team teaching is an option if that is something that can be done on the campus, and cross-entity is going to be our big tool to help reduce some of those class loads. Okay, so Dr. Hill, I believe, is going to talk about what happens if there's a positive report.
Okay, all right. Good evening. Well, so first of all, we're going to go through several scenarios tonight. We've had questions from staff and from family, and so we've kind of put this in a little bit of a Q&A that I think that'll help. So we'll go ahead and start with the next slide, which is a teacher is not quarantined, but all students in the class are quarantined. So in this case, the students would follow the face-to-face bell schedule. Teachers would provide online synchronous and asynchronous instruction while students engage at home in online structure, in the online class structure. And so you can see there we have synchronous and asynchronous. And so this would be designed in a way that would be as least disruptive as possible. As far as the next slide, what we didn't include in this presentation, but we do have it online, is all of those different scenarios. For example, is what happens if the teacher is not quarantined and all the students in one class are quarantined? What happens if some students are quarantined? What do we do if the teacher is quarantined and all students are quarantined? And so we've gone through all those different examples. Didn't want to have to go through all of those tonight just because of the sake of time, but they are online in our FAQs. So at this point, Dr. Dupree and President Burdine, we're through with our presentation and we'll take questions.
Well, I'll just make a statement because I want to make sure for the board's benefit and for any audience members listening, I want you to know that we appreciate all the feedback like the board has received. I don't know if it's hundreds, but it's dozens for sure. Many, many emails. We've received many emails with lots of questions. And I just want you to know we've read every email. We've run every idea aground to make sure that the idea we're proposing, the schedules that we are implementing, work to serve the best interest of the students. Like many aspects of this pandemic, there are questions and there are opinions, and there are individuals who are having trouble maybe seeing how this is all going to work. And I understand that because there's a lot in the mechanics, there's a lot that's going to come during the next few weeks. But our commitment to our students is kind of what we mentioned earlier, is to provide a high quality learning experience, whether you have chosen online or face-to-face. We want to provide student opportunities, whether you've chosen online or face-to-face. And we want to make sure that our teachers have an appropriate workload and an appropriate experience, because we understand today they're under a great deal of pressure. And we really want to help alleviate that to the best of our ability by getting everything aligned in two good systems that are going to meet, to our best of our ability, meet everyone's needs. Now, we can't promise it's going to be an easy road, and we can't promise that we can fulfill everyone's individual expectation or desire, but we are doing everything we can to truly produce the high quality learning experience and value, and to demonstrate value of our teachers that we're known for in Fort Bend ISD. So with that, I'll be happy, Mr. Burdine, to turn it over to the board for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dupree. I want to also thank staff for the presentation. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and get right into the questions and comments. Mr. Dave Rosenthal, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I don't have, I do have specific questions, but I'm actually going to start with just some general comments and mainly concentrated on what the board's role actually is in all this, because there's a lot of confusion out there. I did this about 1.5 years ago at one of our board workshops, and And then I'll yield the time to let my colleagues ask more specific questions and whatnot. And then if there's time, I'll come back and ask some too if they haven't been asked. But so again, about a year and a half ago, during one of our workshops, I don't remember what the issue was, but it was a big issue. And I kind of described the role of the board. And I know last time, I think I heard we had almost 2,000 people watching this, our board meeting. And so I kind of wanted to discuss this again, just so everybody has a solid understanding of the role of the Board of Trustees. The superintendent and the board have very unique and different roles. And this is the same for every single Texas school district. It's also very similar to the way our local city governments are run, such as Missouri City or Sugar Land. The Board of Trustees, just like city councils, is a governing body. And so we hire a superintendent to be the CEO, to be the manager. And so what the board does is it guides the district through foundational principles such as our core beliefs and commitments, mission and vision statements, and things like the profile of a graduate, which is actually policy. This board is very active in creating policy to make sure that the superintendent follows our policies in order to manage the district. And so also the board develops superintendent goals each year, which is how we hold the superintendent accountable. And so all this gives guidance and direction to the superintendent to go out and then manage the district and fulfill the board's desires. And so in general, all school board members are trained that it's the Board of Trustees that governs and the superintendent manages. And by manages, that means the day-to-day operations of the district. And so there are several reasons that people need to understand why it's set up this way. And so the board does not manage because the superintendent has or should have hired qualified staff who has a lot of experience in the educational setting, whereas board members, although incredibly intelligent, may not have that experience. And so the board must also allow the superintendent to manage because that's what he or she is paid to do. And they're held accountable for the results of their management decisions. So if the Board of Trustees manages, you can't hold the superintendent accountable. That's just the way it works. And so when boards try to actually manage a district, and there are many dysfunctional boards who do that, it does not end up very good for that district and for that district's students. So those are very good reasons why we don't manage. And so one of the things we do, as Dr. Dupree mentioned a few minutes ago, is that we do listen to the community. We listen to our staff, we listen to parents, we listen to students. And I will tell you, just as Dr. Dupree said, we've received a lot of emails. Personally, I know a lot of staff and parents in the district. And I've reached out to them via phone or text or messenger or whatever, just to get their opinions and to hear their concerns. And I will tell you that personally, I have discussed many of these concerns for several hours with the superintendent. And like I described last week, these are crucial conversations. These are difficult conversations because I want to understand these concerns and I want to make sure that the superintendent has addressed them. And so Dr. Dupree believes that this plan is, as you saw, is the most flexible and will help the most number of our students. And this what I'm about to say, some people may take it as a threat, but it's not. It's just business. This is his plan. This is the management of the district. And he's the one that will be held accountable for this plan. I hope it works great. I think we all hope it works great because we all want the best for our students. But this is his plan. And so this is one of the things he will be held accountable during his review at the end of the year. And he knows that. We've discussed that, and he is prepared to accept that responsibility. And this is why I kept asking him. It's Friday, Dr. Dupree, you will remember our conversation. I kept asking you, are you sure? Are you sure? And you assured me that you've run through all these different scenarios with your team, or your team has, and reported to you, and you feel very confident. And so there is no perfect solution. This is a mess. We're all in. And as our medical doctor a couple of weeks ago said, no board has ever gone through this. And so, but I just want people to understand, this is not the board's plan. This is the CEO's plan. This is the superintendent's plan. And it's really for us to ask questions and make sure that we get all the concerns and questions answered. But ultimately it's a management decision, and it's not a board decision for the plan. So that's what I want to say for now. And I will have more specific questions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Next, Mrs. Kristen Tossan.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. And so, Dave, I appreciate you taking the time to make that statement, because I'm going to piggyback off of that a little bit, because my opening, I guess, question or statement was going to be that we make clear what it is that we are voting on tonight as the Board of Trustees, because there has been a lot of confusion about what is on the board's agenda tonight. And so what we are voting on are the dates of when to open school, the dates, and that's it. We are not voting on this plan tonight. We are hearing about the plan. The administration has made the presentation to us, but we are not voting on the plan. We are voting on the dates to open school and to begin the phase in. So I just wanted to make that statement at the outset. And like Dave said, so I have received, I think it is hundreds of emails, and I've sent many of them to you, Dr. Dupree, and your staff has worked very hard to provide answers. And I'm going to ask a few of those specific questions just to make sure that we are clear on the answers that we've been given and clear on the presentation. I want to start at the outset. I've talked to you a lot and about alignment of schedules. I have a high schooler, so I am experiencing this personally. I've received a lot of feedback from parents, from students, and from teachers concerned about the plan, honestly, and concerned about the lack of alignment of schedules. And some of what's been shared, I guess at the top of the list, has been teacher relationship with students. Students, parents, and teachers have shared that concern. Being able to transition between face-to-face and online as they make decisions in other grading periods. Flexibility and equity. And these are some of the things we talked about at the last board meeting, and a lot of the things that we've seen in the emails that we've received. So a couple of specific questions, because honestly, I didn't really understand why staggering is better than aligning the schedules. I just didn't. If we look at what you guys presented, the tables, I guess, starting on page 11 or slide 11, and looking at the checked boxes on 11 and 12. 12 at least suggests to me that, aligned is as good as staggered for various reasons. And then slide 11, the only two boxes not checked are efficient for facilities, teachers, and resources, and special class attendance. I honestly don't understand why we can't make those same things happen with an aligned schedule. And so I'd like to start with that.
Brett, can you take that, please?
Yes, sir. So, Ms. Tossan, your question is how come we can't allow special classes to be attended if we have an aligned schedule?
No, that wasn't my question, actually. My question
Okay.
was on slide 11 and 12.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys check some boxes, X some boxes, and leave some boxes blank. So
Yes, ma'am.
my question was, let's start on slide 11. The only two boxes not checked are efficient for facilities, teachers, and resources, and special class attendance. I don't understand why those two things can't happen with an aligned schedule equally as with a staggered schedule. So that's my first question.
Okay, so in the aligned schedule, well, first of all, we need to understand what we're talking about when we say an aligned schedule. And my understanding is that we're asking for both online and face-to-face to begin at 7:30, follow the same 90-minute blocks throughout the day, and end at 2:45. Is that correct?
Or to begin at 9 o'clock and end at 2:30. I think you talked earlier about parent feedback that they like the 9 o'clock start time. If we're going to do an AB block schedule, I don't understand why we can't align 9 to 2:30 or 7:30. I mean, either way, it seems to me that it could work. And that's what at least at the high school level, that's what the teachers are asking for. A lot of them that have emailed us.
So if we are in an aligned situation, what we would need is for every single teacher to teach both face-to-face and online classes, as opposed to if we're in a staggered schedule, we can have some teachers teaching in purely online and some teachers teaching in purely face-to-face. If we do have the synchronized schedule like you're talking about, where we have the same start and end time, we're going to miss out on some of that transition time from home to school for students to attend those specialty face-to-face courses, especially if we're in the abbreviated schedule that you talked about, where it was a 9 to 2:30 face-to-face schedule.
So I didn't understand that answer. I'm sorry. So first of all, I don't understand why you say that if we align the bell schedule that we can't have teachers solely online or solely face-to-face.
Okay, so one of the reasons that we've talked about wanting to align the schedules is so no students have any schedule changes at all. But what we're going to have is we're going to have some students who are online and some students who are face-to-face. And we're also going to have some teachers who must be online because of health concerns, and some teachers who are going to be face-to-face teachers. Now, those four different populations would have to align incredibly, infinitely, amazingly well for us to not have any schedule changes.
Yeah, so I don't think that that's the argument, that there will be zero schedule changes.
Okay.
I think that parents and students and teachers understand that there may have to be some schedule changes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the goal is to minimize that, but I haven't seen anyone say that there will be no schedule changes if we do that. I think the point is to align the bell schedules so that there's ease for transition if they have to go from online to face-to-face or vice versa, especially as we get into different grading periods. I think that I mean, especially if we start at 9 o'clock, we still have 7:30 to 9 o'clock to have some of those fine arts, CTE, and athletic classes that you talked about in your schedule. I think that it has, to me, it is more equitable because I know that, as Mr. Edkins said earlier in his address to the board, that AP teachers sometimes need additional time and they don't want asynchronous time online, or they might choose to use that time differently. If the bell schedules are aligned, that you're still getting 90 minutes and teachers get to choose whether online or face-to-face how they use those 90 minutes.
Well, we're only getting 90 minutes if we're aligned 7:30 to 2:45.
Okay, only getting 90 minutes because you're talking about the asynchronous being after school.
No, ma'am. I'm talking about in your face-to-face schedule. If to get 90 minutes per class, we have to begin at 7:30, and we have to end at 2:45.
And I think that Ms. Williams, who did the math for the instructional calendar, can share information about why that is associated with instructional minutes.
Right, face-to-face, we have to have a certain number of instructional minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And online as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Stephanie?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Deanna. When we did the minutes, as they just said, we would have to stretch 7:30 to 2:45 in order to make that happen. The reason that we did not elect to align the bell schedules in that way was because of the positive feedback in the online schedule. So the students, I believe 60% is what we saw today that chose online in our focus group feedback sessions. The start time was noted by students, parents, and teachers as beneficial for mental health for those online students, and also the transition time in between, along with the flexibility of asynchronous time. So that was another conditional as far as when we considered the alignment of the schedules.
So where did the feedback come from? I heard you talk about parent feedback from certain groups in one of the slides. Where was this parent feedback collected?
So we sent an invite to 10,000 parents in Fort Bend prior to the last board meeting. Out of those parents, they came to focus groups and they answered 3 questions. We gave an overview of the bell schedules. They provided us feedback on how the improvements to online learning were being implemented. Then they analyzed the bell schedules and provided us feedback around that, some of which we've already acted on. And so that those were occurring in an online platform, Zoom.
Okay. How are we going to teach 60% of our students who want to remain online with 15% of our teachers who have asked to not be face-to-face?
No, that's not the way we would approach that at all. Any student can be taught by any teacher, just like we were going to be doing before the district went to a red alert. We were going to have teachers report back and teach from their classrooms in the online environment. So many of those teachers who have said they are willing and able to come back to work will be teaching online classes from their classrooms.
Okay. How are we going to handle special education students? Changing teachers for a special education student is bad for the student and it's difficult for the teacher. They've just spent the past several weeks getting used to IEPs, accommodations, modifications, and we're talking about changing that. How is that going to be addressed?
Dina, I'm going to let you answer that, but I do think I want to just preface that with a comment, because I think the unspoken that I haven't heard yet is Ms. Toss saying, is that for almost every single student, our campuses are going to have to hand schedule kids, whether they be special needs students or other types of students. And as I've shared with the board, we have seen examples already where 80% of the kids are not going to have the change base, but that's all dependent on the number of kids who chose which model and the teacher. But just as Dina talks about special education, I want to make sure the board understands we're treating every child with great care to minimize that transition to the best of our ability. Dina?
Well, and that's about what I was going to say, Dr. Dupree. Ms. Tassin, as we make these decisions, I mean, one of the things that we're doing right now is we're analyzing all of our information regarding the parents who've chosen to bring their students back, their students with receiving special ed services, and we're matching that up with our staff. Absolutely, our first tenet that we make when we make these decisions is that students, are student-centered. I mean, we're going to try to keep all of our students in their schedule as much as possible. And if we have to change them, I mean, can we keep something consistent? Can we keep a case manager consistent with them? What can we do to help? Obviously, we've had parents that have talked, that have requested that we have ARDs to consider things like this, and we'll do everything we can. There are going to be some schedule changes, but we're going to minimize and use other strategies to help those students adapt to the change as best as possible.
Well, I appreciate that, but I am gonna go on record here expressing my concern because teachers who have to learn a student's IEP and learn how to implement that and what the student needs and getting to know that student and what works and what doesn't work and behavior plans. While I appreciate Dr. Dupree that we're doing this for every student, it's very, very different when it's for a student receiving special education services. I know this firsthand. I know a lot of parents who have a lot of angst about it. And so I'm just gonna, I know y'all are going to work really hard. I have a lot of faith in you, but I have a lot of concerns about it because they're not like every other student. And it's going to be very challenging if you're changing teachers. And so I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm not going to ask any more questions. I'm sure my colleagues have some more specific questions. I just really, these are some of the things that were brought up by teachers and emails sent to me and parents and emails sent to me. And you guys, all of you know, I do my homework, and I never fail to support you. I never fail to challenge you, probably, but I never fail to support you in whatever you present to us, as long as I feel like we have vetted everything and feel comfortable with the presentations and answers and everything that you guys provide us. And but I just want to say here that I have a lot of concerns about this plan, and not the least of which is that we are not providing the flexibility that I think our high school teachers need. And I know you guys have run the traps and run this down, and you're confident in this plan. And I'm going to vote to reopen the schools because I think our parents need choice. But as a parent and as a trustee, I still have a lot of unanswered questions, and I hear you guys answering them or attempting to answer them, and I just still have a lot of angst about it. And so I just want to go on record that I'm struggling with the plan, and I really believe that we should be offering more flexibility, at least at the high school level. And then I'm just going to leave it at that. But I appreciate you guys taking the time, and I know you have fielded hundreds of questions, many of those from me. So I appreciate y'all, as always, taking the time to do that.
Thank you, Mrs. Tossan. Mrs. James.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. Okay, I want to kind of build on the things my colleagues have already said. And Dave, I appreciate your opening comments and setting the tone, because what we're actually approving is really the timeline and not all the details of the plan. And we'll be holding Dr. Dupree accountable for that. And so I guess that leads to my first question, since I didn't really talk to him directly about this. But Dr. Dupree, I'm gathering that you feel like this plan is solid and it's executable and we can deliver what we say we're going to do. I mean, do you feel good about that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so in that sense, then there we are, and we go forward and then we see how it goes, and we can make corrections and make comments as it goes. I guess the thing that I say, and I appreciate, Kristen, is all your questions you're asking, and because I too have heard a lot of chatter from the community, a lot of questions, and it's difficult sometimes for us to answer those questions when we don't have all the details of the plan. I really appreciated you sending out, Dr. Dupree, the back to school plan, the kind of the comprehensive write-up that you guys have done in compiling all of the work that's gone on over the last several months. It was very informative, and there's a lot of good information in there, I think, that answers a lot of people's questions. So I guess my next question is, that plan in a good enough form that it can be shared with the public so that they can maybe run through some of these scenarios and look up some of their specific concerns?
Yes, we plan to publish the plan online tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds great, because I think that will answer a lot of people's concerns. There's a lot of details in there, and a lot of examples, and so I think that will be That'll be useful. So do you think, Dr. Dupree, that there's anything that might come up? I'm looking at I've got the slide with the schedule pulled up on my screen. It looks like we're halfway through the schedule development phase and rapidly heading to the beginning of the face-to-face transition, which I'm in favor of us getting to. I just wondering, do we have obstacles that we see that have been coming up? Do we see any, can we foresee any setbacks or problems with the schedule?
Stephanie, Brad, do you all have anything that you would share in response to that at this point? Dina?
I can tell you the one main obstacle that we are coming across is just the new way of thinking about master scheduling. Because we're in a pandemic, because we're in a crisis situation, we need to use all of our resources in the most effective way possible and efficient way possible. And that means using a district-wide master schedule. That's utilizing cross-entity teachers and ensuring that every student has a highly qualified teacher in front of them for every class, regardless of what option they selected, either online or face-to-face. And you know, as I think Ms. Tossan was talking about, we have 60% of our students online, and typically we have 100% of our students in the same situation as our teachers. And now that it's split 60-40, and we're going to have to arrange our teachers to do that as well. And that's just a paradigm shift that we're having to go through with our schedulers. And believe me, we are working countless hours to help them with that and to support them in that journey.
And may I ask a clarifying question, Ms. James? When you ask your question about schedule, are you wanting to ask about the timeline and any challenges or impediments to meeting the milestones on the timeline? I just wanted to clarify so that we could get you the response that you're looking for.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Saavedra, I was asking about the timeline and the milestones on the timeline. Mm-hmm. I recognize the scheduling piece is probably the biggest, the biggest impediment to it, in that it's the giant puzzle that has to be put together, and it's even more complex. So are there other things that might come up that would hinder the timeline?
Ms. James, I'll take part of that. As we transition our master schedules, and once that is what we call locked, where those are set and the hand schedules have been made, at that point, our technology systems are transitioned. And if you think of it like a role where it syncs up the students into Teams and Schoology. And so in collaboration with teaching and learning, we have worked out workarounds to continue instructing students, but the sync up on technology is a little bit of an unknown. We have a broad window, and we know that by the time we launch face-to-face instruction, we'll be instructing, but there will be a period of outage, if you will, where the sync up is not there as normal. Students will still be able to access instruction, but that technology transition is something we're watching very closely.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Williams. That's a good point, and I would like to ask a follow-up question about that, because I want to understand better that during this timeline, there's going to be a period where all of our students are doing asynchronous learning. Is that what I understand from reading the plan? And what can parents expect? Could you give them a little bit of a rundown of what parents can expect?
With permission, I'd ask Melissa Hubbard to handle that, as her team has created the training and support for teachers in that.
Good evening. So when we think about those asynchronous, those designated days for asynchronous instruction, what we're looking at is a continuation of the curriculum. So we're designing supports for teachers in order to plan those days of instruction.
So Melissa, can I interrupt you just 1 second?
Sure.
I don't know what days you're talking about that are asynchronous. I don't see that on our timeline that I'm looking at. Could you clarify that?
Sure. So we have 3 designated days built into the calendar when teachers begin to transition back to the campus, beginning on September the 23rd through the 25th. And those days will allow the teachers to be prepared to start receiving students as students engage in asynchronous learning.
So one of the things Mrs. James asked Melissa is, what can the parents expect during that time?
So the parents can expect that inside of Schoology, they will have specific learning experiences built out from the teachers that may include videos of content instruction, activities to work on independently or with the parent aligned to the curriculum. And then that will be built out into Schoology as they're familiar with engaging that asynchronous learning. And as with our current expectations for asynchronous learning, they will have flexibility to engage in that learning throughout that day as the parent schedule and student schedule allows.
So the way I would frame that, I think, is probably the elevator speech would be, it would be 3 days of flexible learning. They're already online, but they would not have the synchronous required times to be with teachers. They would be able to do all of their work for those 3 days under their parents' guidance in a flexible way, as long as they're making progress each day.
Oh, okay, so that's really helpful. Thank you for that. So the 3 days of flexible learning, so I guess my follow-up question to that is, some of the classes and grades will not be transitioning to the face-to-face environment or to their new online schedule for a whole nother week, and sometimes even longer and sometimes shorter, I guess. But so what happens in that window? What's going to be going on in that window?
Do you want me to take? So during that window, the students will continue engaging in online learning according to the schedule until they return face-to-face.
Okay, so they'll have the schedule that they have right now, and they'll keep doing that. They'll have a window of asynchronous, then they'll go to they'll continue on with the schedule that they have now until it's their day to come to face-to-face. And then the kids that are remaining online, when will they start their new online schedule? If there's any changes, does that happen that same day? Is that a marker day for that particular grade or something?
Yeah, so what the plan is to have those schedules change all at the same time. So for secondary, December 5th or October 5th, it's not December yet, October 5th, we'll transition our 6th graders and our 9th graders onto campus. On that same day, all of our secondary students will have a new schedule. The 7, 8, 10, 11, 12th graders will start online classes with their new teacher. And then when they transition, now they will have met that new teacher. They'll go to their room and meet them. And then on the following Friday, then the rest of the students will come online onto campus. The online students, they will transition at the same time, that October 5th date. They'll transition to their new teacher. The whole purpose is to get them acclimated to their new teacher prior to the beginning of that next grading period so that we can start off clean on that Monday, October 9th.
Okay, so this sounds like a pretty, and I think I understand it, but I think this is an area where we need to have a little more publicity to make it clear to parents what to expect, because this seems a little more complicated than what I was expecting, and which days you're supposed to be where, I think will be confusing. So I'm sure you guys will be working that out, but I'm glad I asked the question so we can make sure it gets, I don't want parents to feel confused. I know when they started off the school year, the first few days, there was a lot of confusion about where to be and what to do, and I don't want that to happen again. So.
Yes, ma'am.
I will add, Mrs. James, a lot of that communication will happen at the campus level directly from teacher to parents rather than a big organization. We'll have some organizational level communication, but because this is all going to be on a campus to campus transition, a lot of that will come directly from teachers in the campus level.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And I just want to emphasize one thing here, and that is that it's really important that the students have as much learning time as we can get them in an effective environment as we can get them. And the people that have spoken about how we have teacher transitions and potential classmate transitions and all those things those are difficult for all students. The students who want to please the teachers, the students who want to do the right thing, the students who don't care and don't want to do the right thing. It's hard because now some new teacher has to learn how to engage that child. So I'm just recognizing that, and I think that's why we're hearing a lot of angst from families about this transition, and because again, they don't know what to expect, and that's why I'm expressing this. But and so I just wanted to say it out loud, I guess, is pretty much where I am. And I'm sure the campuses will be handling it, but the more that we can talk about it, I think the better off we'll be. I think from what I can gather, the campuses are also handling the master scheduling. So while we're talking about that, I'm just going to say, I've heard what you've said about caring for our teachers and making sure that they're not overworked. And Dr. Lumley, I heard what you said too, and I heard that class loads are going to be increasing for teachers who are teaching online. They're going to have more students, and I recognize something has to give, and we have to figure out how to use our resources. I just would ask that we're really careful that we don't overburden and overwork teachers. I'm concerned that that could easily happen, and I'm just very sensitive to that because the number of preps, the number of students, all those things factor into their workload. And I just want to bring that up as an area I'm concerned. We don't need to necessarily talk about it tonight, but I just wanted to mention it. And maybe when these master schedules and all this is all worked out, you can give us an update about how it ended up, because it's very much not business as usual. It seems that, that lots of things are changing and we're reimagining, and I'm excited about it, but I'm also, I want to be careful and make sure that we're taking care of our teachers. So.
I personally share that concern, and our staff collectively shares that concern.
Okay, well, thank you for acknowledging that. And I know you wrote a very nice email the other day that did also acknowledge that. And these teachers are what's going to make it happen for our kids in the classrooms. And I recognize you guys realize that, and we just need to take care of them. So I want to acknowledge that. The other thing that I asked about before, I haven't seen any updated information on it. I'm sure you're working on it, but maybe in the future you could give us some information about our building capacity. I feel like we're in a pretty good place because I heard you tonight saying that only 40% of our kids overall are wanting to come back to campuses, which makes it seem just roughly reasonable that we're going to be able to accommodate the kids at their home campus. We for the most part. So I'm glad to hear that, but I'd like to get a little bit of information in the future about the capacity so we can understand how much growth in our current, if we're doing 45 square feet or 36 square feet, and what kind of space we have available. I'm interested to follow that. So as Dr. Lumley was saying, we can know we can understand our resources, and we can understand where we are in terms of our student capacity. I guess my last question has to do with the reimagining that we're talking about. It's hard for us to imagine. I know we're going to, as we move into this face-to-face phase, we're going to get better because we're going to be able to see how it works and how all the pieces are going to come together. We're in a little bit of uncertainty right now, and as I said before, I think that causes some angst. But one of the things that I talked about last spring is and is in our board goals is student ownership of learning. And I just wanted to ask staff, what are our expectations of students? How are we encouraging them to really own their own learning and to navigate through this time? And how are we using this reimagining Fort Bend ISD as an opportunity to make some real progress on our goal that talks about student ownership of learning?
Well, I'm going to open Ms. Grail to answer your question, and then I will have Ms. Hubbard kind of fill in some additional details. But as I've said before, our curriculum is built with student ownership of learning in mind. And within our curriculum are a number of tools that teachers use on a day-to-day basis that really foster and nurture students owning their learning. And Melissa can talk a little bit more specifically about what those tools are and provide you a couple of examples that we're seeing evidence of that, even through the virtual platform, through the online platform. I would also like to call your attention to the learning framework that you'll find in the comprehensive plan and that we've talked about. I know that one of the slides addressed that early in the presentation, and 3 of the framework elements really speak to those things that nurture and foster student ownership of learning. And that's the progress monitoring and the assessment that we have built in to our online framework, the feedback that students receive, and then goal setting and revision. So with that, I'll hand it to Melissa so she can share some examples of what that really looks like in the online platform.
So Ms. James, we have been looking at some content inside of the online classrooms to see what is happening in the online environment, and some of the evidence that we've seen, as Ms. Ivedra was saying, we are seeing the teachers using the gradebook feature inside of Schoology, which when you think of a gradebook, you might just think of numbers, but what we're seeing is evidence of teachers giving really specific feedback inside of there, tied back to the success criteria, and then giving kids an opportunity to go in and revise based on that feedback. We also have seen teachers that have students posting authentic work and then using a progression that they have in the curriculum to give feedback to each other. So those are a couple of things that we've seen, as well as some goal setting happening in classrooms. That's some of it academic and some of it social and behavioral in nature. So we are seeing those things inside of the Schoology courses as we're looking through teachers' classrooms.
Well, thank you for that. That sounds really good. And I would encourage you all to continue to help the students to understand what's expected of them. And students are pretty remarkable, and they, have a strong desire to do the right thing and to get the most, we want them to get the most out of their education. So I think when they know what's expected, I think some of them can really rise to the occasion. So I appreciate that. I have one more question that someone sent me today, and that has to do, this is maybe a question for Dr. Lemley. It's a very specific one. It has to do with cheating, and parents, maybe Dr. Lemley is not the right person, I'm not sure, but they're asking, how is this fair if we have some kids face-to-face and some kids online? Can't the online kids just cheat and the face-to-face kids won't be able to cheat? And so how is that fair for everybody in the class or in classes?
Ms. Williams, do you want to take that one? I know that we've talked extensively. If you all recall, we do have an integrity pledge, and we spent some time with policy to align that with our profile of a graduate, along with some other technology tools.
Yes, thank you, Deanna. We do have the integrity pledge, which is part of our alignment to the profile of the graduate, and we do continually speak to our students about that honor code and what it means here in Fort Bend ISD. In addition, the district purchased the Respondus lockdown browser, and what that does is each of you are at home right now. we would be able to lock down the browser that you're looking at, and we would be able to see if you open another browser to access support materials while you were taking an assessment. So it helps to protect the integrity of an assessment. Also, many of our secondary teachers are utilizing their cameras during an assessment to watch students so that I'm not maybe looking at my phone or picking up my note sheet, or looking down at my note sheet to work on that test. So those are measures that we've put in place in order to maintain the integrity of our assessment system and support consistency in the assessment practices.
Okay, so that's really helpful. And I've also, I think, heard you talk about in the past other forms of assessment that you use that may not be the normal multiple guess type of assessment, more of a short answer or other kind of project-based learning. So I suspect there's other options for that.
Absolutely. As part of the learning framework, the Curriculum and Instruction Department has talked about products, performances, and processes that can be used for students to demonstrate understanding of TEKS. Examples of those can be found in every unit of the curriculum. So we are expanding away from more of a multiple choice item to a performance or a process that a student might describe in order to demonstrate their understanding.
Okay, I like that concept because it really goes to the students owning their own learning. And if it's just a matter of figuring out whether they're cheating or not, that's not really, that just becomes a never-ending battle. And we really have to get them to be owning their learning and wanting to learn and wanting to make progress through the curriculum, because that's the only way that they'll actually be retaining what they're learning and see the implications of it. So, okay, well, thank you. That concludes my questions. I appreciate the time and I appreciate all the work you guys have done to put this together. And Dr. Dupree, we're excited to watch the implementation, and thank you for your patience in answering all of our questions.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Mrs. Addie Helliger, whenever you're ready, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. So I wanted to start off by saying, as a mom who works from 7:30 to almost 5 minutes prior to even jumping on this call, a full workday, it is extremely difficult, I know, firsthand, to support our kids at home. I have one that's still at home. So I wanted to start off by saying that I do empathize with our working parents and parents who are trying to juggle even multiple children. I don't know how I could do it. And so just wanted to make sure that you all are aware that this board, I know we talked a lot about our teachers and whatnot, but this board does recognize the difficulty it is to manage that. I mean, I've been on calls where my kid has come in and says, I can't get to this right in the middle of a professional meeting, or me, making sure that he's transitioned to the next class. So there's a lot of activities, and I have an older child who's able to do a lot of that. So, I definitely understand even more so, or empathize more so for our parents who have our younger children. And so I just keep saying to myself and to everyone else, like someone mentioned earlier, we've never been here before. And so it's definitely a very difficult opportunity for all of us to transition to this type of learning during this pandemic. And I wanted to bring the attention to the 60-40%. That was really telling to me as a school board member, because I know I've received a lot of emails around getting us back face to face, as quickly as we possibly can. And thank you, Dave, for kind of setting the stage of we're really voting on the time frame. So to that question, and I wanted to ask the question that some of our constituents have is, when looking at that time frame today, if we don't vote this down, what's the option? What is the option? Can we start with that?
Well, so I'll speak to that. So basically, we're at a place where the board has approved a 4-week waiver for online learning. And so technically at this point, although the TEA they are allowing another 4-week waiver for a total of 12 weeks. If the board approves that waiver, that's the position we would be in, is if the board does not vote to move forward, then we'll keep planning, because we are going to get to face at some point, but it'll just raise more community concern about when it's going to happen among those who really want that. And of course, and otherwise we'll just be in this position where we'll have to come back to the board to ask for another waiver if we get to that point that far down the road without the board taking action.
Okay, good. So the vote tonight is the quickest plan that you all have provided us to get our students who want to go back to school face-to-face. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The quickest path. Okay. All right. So with that said, I know we talked a lot about high school and secondary education, and I've had very similar questions that you, Kristen. I still am a bit challenged with the scheduling piece, and so with any change, I know I'm just going to have to write it out, just like a lot of our parents, and pray for the best here. And to make sure that my son and all of our children, have the best transition into this new phase. So we talked a lot about secondary education. Let's talk about elementary. We do have elementary blocks. We've changed the block, which I think we've been hearing loudly from parents, because we had the day broken up during this first phase, which then had our elementary students, our parents, really trying to figure out, okay, when is synchronous versus asynchronous versus synchronous. So I definitely think that is the best move for our elementary students, to block all their synchronous time at one time. So the question is, with the block doing it that way, do we lose any time? Is it the same amount of time for our students? Can someone talk to that a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. We have not lost any time. We have just taken the time that we currently have in our current online schedule, and we've blocked it closer together in the morning per those parent requests. So it's not any loss of time at all.
Okay, because I think that was one of the questions I had received. So I want to make sure that I asked it and addressed it, and to make sure that there was no time loss with the elementary school based on current schedule or what we are required to have for our students. Correct?
That's correct.
And their time slot, is it a block? Are they doing math, science, English one day? I mean, how is that working for them? We talked a lot about the schedule for synchronous. Secondary, can you just kind of highlight that for me real quick again?
Well, for the elementary schedule, it's the schedule stays the same. They'll be going through with each of the subjects. Like each subject they will have every single day. So it won't be similar to the secondary, which was a block schedule. So if they would have their math, English language arts, they would have that every single day.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that because I did receive a question to that effect. All right, thank you. I had some similar questions to Ms. James around the space limitation. I know in the chart that you all put up there, I think it was face-to-face has space limitations. So really want to understand that a little bit more around what is the limitation, what is the requirement that we are working under, and track it to as we change from quarter to quarter. So I'm definitely interested to hear more about that. Not necessarily something that you have to answer right now, but just want to put it on Dr. Dupree's radar, kind of to second Mrs. James' question. Got my notes here. For the triggering of Dr. Hill, she kind of briefly went over the chart around who's quarantined versus who's not quarantined and whatnot. Can you talk about a little bit the trigger for that? What are the triggers that we're going to be looking at?
I think Dr. Westbrook, are you on here? Pilar?
I'm
Oh,
here.
Pilar, do you want to answer that question about the triggers?
So what Dina was sharing in the PowerPoint had to do with what might send the campus into quarantine, or an area of a campus or a classroom or those kinds of things. And that's work that's being done by our pandemic management committee. And as well, Dr. Alice Ledford has provided information as far as the data that's being collected around that topic. It'll depend on multiple factors. If we have the staff to continue to serve the students in the face-to-face. And Dr. Alice Ledford, do you want to speak to the pandemic management piece triggers?
Well, I think if I may for just a second, I know that Ms. Helliger, the specific example that Dr. Hill shared in the PowerPoint, there's a number of examples in the comprehensive plan. There's a document with an appendix and an exhibit, and it goes through and talks about if a teacher had to be quarantined, what would happen to the students and how would we continue to do instruction. If the students had to be quarantined, but not the teacher. So we have an if then, and within those if then scenarios, it's based on whether we would have to shut down a classroom, whether we would have to quarantine a teacher, whether there would be enough data that would require us to shut down a whole campus, things of that nature as well. And so I just wanted to make sure, are you asking the question about the if-thens or the specific triggers that would cause us to make a decision to quarantine a teacher, a classroom, or a school?
Well, let me
yeah.
go ahead, Ms. Felliger, then I'll make a comment.
So I understand the if-then situations, because that's what she talked about. But I wanted to make sure that we in the public are really clear about the overall triggers. And I know we have the pandemic team that's going to be looking at all the data and whatnot. Is it a teacher that if a teacher gets COVID, then this is the situation. If a student has COVID, these are several of the different samples, examples of what can happen. What are the, we close down the whole school? Or what about we say, you know, there's an outbreak, we want everybody back at home. You know, what are some of those high level triggers that we're going to be looking at?
So let me interject, because I do think there's actually two different tracks, Mrs. Helliger, to go down. So first of all, as you've acknowledged, if you have one student ill in the school that was a confirmed case, then we're going to be doing the contact tracing on that student to see what teachers or other students in the building had close contact and would also need to be quarantined. So if it's an individual that moved throughout the building and touched a lot of people, it's possible a whole classroom or two of students could be sent home to quarantine, and even a few teachers. So that's that's going to be very unique based on the student schedule, based on when they were diagnosed and how many days maybe they were sick and those kinds of things. So there's a lot of unknown in that. But generally speaking, if any person, adult or child, is confirmed, anybody they had contact with will have to self-quarantine. So that's one piece. But then I also hear you asking about the pandemic management plan, because this then informs if we have teachers that are being quarantined or out on leave. And like some of the data we're tracking is teacher leave. The number, how disruptive is it? How many staff members at a particular campus are out? And then that would impede our ability to run school if we don't have if we have a lot of people out on leave. So we call those indicators not necessarily directly triggers, because not one single element causes us to close a school or a classroom, but we look at all of it. How many students are ill? How many adults are ill in that school community? How many people are actually out on leave and cannot work at all? you know, all of that information is used to say, okay, we've got to make a judgment call that we can or cannot keep this school open right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so my next question is really about equitability across the campuses. I'll start, since we're talking about the pandemic impacts. You said indicators. I just want to make, because I have been getting questions around making sure that what we do for one school, we do for another, and it's equitable around for the entire campuses. They have the same instructions and the same guidelines that they have to follow, and we adhere to them very similarly, and that we just don't have one campus doing something totally different than another campus. So that's from the pandemic response to any outbreaks, and when it comes to scheduling of our students. So that's been something that the community has been talking a lot to me about. So I want to make sure that I address it tonight in this call.
Absolutely. I will speak to it, and then if somebody else wants to jump in and follow up with some more detail. This really comes down, Ms. Helliger, to what I shared with the board in written communication last week about, you know, we are operating in a crisis mode right now. We're 6 months into the pandemic, and I think sometimes we forget we're still operating in a crisis mode because we're going through the rhythms in day-to-day life. But our issue we're dealing with, and this has come up several times throughout this meeting already, is we are living in a time doing something, educating kids in a way we've never had to educate them before. And now we're about to take it to another level in terms of having to have two dual systems at the same time. Mm-hmm. Many districts, and I'm a living example of it because I've told you before, my grandson is in my house from another school district. And I know people in that district, and there are children that are having a very different experience in other schools in that district than what my grandson is having with his campus. So my grandson is going to very soon be a Fort Bend ISD student because I want him to successfully get through third grade long term. And that's not going to happen the way his experience is today. That is what we're trying to avoid in Fort Bend ISD. Mm-hmm. When you just say, okay, principal, go do your thing for your campus, you are not, the way I've been talking to staff, when you just say go do your thing for your local campus community, you are not engaging all the resources of the district on behalf of all students. And so someone earlier mentioned, they referenced the idea of that we're going to be having an organizational master schedule. And that's critical because it's going to be very tight staffing teachers. And if we just tell a campus, okay, use your teachers for your kids, and then we have another campus where kids, the schedule, there's holes in the schedule and we're having to shut down classes because we cannot do that, then we need to be able to go to another campus and use their teachers and put kids from multiple campuses together. So we're operating everything from an organizational lens. And I'm going to be honest, it's frustrating for some leaders because principals, I love our principals, but they are used to operating in a very autonomous way of using their staff for their kids to do the thing that works best for their campus. And we still want their voice and their expertise in that. We want them to tend to the needs of their kiddos and their staff, but we need them, and they're doing a great job. So I'm not criticizing them, but we're constantly asking them to look at this through an organizational lens. And the heart of that is equity and making sure that all kids have access to the high quality instruction and the teachers they need to achieve that. Not they're losing it because their campus happens to have so many kids in online and so many face-to-face and the teachers can't be balanced properly. So equity is at the heart of everything we're trying to achieve.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I think Dave mentioned, I don't know where he's at on my screen. There you are, Dave, on my left hand on my screen. There you go. Dave mentioned earlier about the accountability is with you, Dr. Dupree, because this is your staff's plan, and we're here to support that because you all have the knowledge. Then the same thing I think will be accountability will go on to the campus leaders as well. to implement these practices that we're putting forth for all of our campuses, right? So the integrity of the programs and the scheduling and all the things that's having to be put in place for this crisis plan, because you're right, it is a crisis plan. We've never been here before. We keep saying that. Will also be the support and responsibility will be on that campus leadership as well. Okay. I'm just making sure I didn't miss any of my other questions that I have. Talked about triggers. So I heard someone on the call earlier, one of the speakers, I'm not sure who it was, but they stated that based on our scheduling, they felt like he was going to lose his students for the arts and some of those other areas. And I know we've talked about the scheduling. Again, I'm hoping that the PowerPoint presentation that you all provided shortly thereafter helps to answer some of the questions that teacher might have. I just feel like there's still such a gap I'm hearing in the community around the arts. And I'm not as familiar with the arts around the scheduling piece of it. So I just want to make sure that we address his questions. I like to, when people share questions in the public, I try to see if we can actually address some of that in our discussion.
Yes, ma'am, we will do that. He actually sent us an email as well that we will respond to.
Okay, all right. Okay, I think that's all I have for now. I appreciate you all's time and all the work that you all are putting into making this plan as successful as it can be. And one thing I will say this, Dr. Dupree, as the head leader of this district, the head manager of this district, one of the things that I implore you with is that if we find out that this plan is not working, that we pivot.
Mm-hmm.
We take the proper flags, indicators, and say, you know what, this is not working. Let's, and do it sooner versus later. And we just share that knowledge with the community and say, hey, we thought this, and this is our best well out plan, but this is not what's happening, and that's happened before. And so I just want to make sure that you feel empowered to do that as well.
I appreciate that because as a management team, I think we have demonstrated the ability to do that. We encourage our teachers, our principals, we encourage folks, our students, and it's in board policy too, that failure is okay in Fort Bend ISD. So and you're exactly right, Ms. Helliger, we feel like we've done our best work. We feel solid about this plan, and I'm not reluctant at all to move forward. But at the same time, if we move forward and we realize something is we totally missed the boat, or it's just really not working, we will make a change, and we will deal with the consequences of that, with the community and teachers and all. But we are not going to press on just because we said this is what we're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
If it is not working for the kids and the teachers, and we will not just press on just to avoid having to adjust. We will adjust if needed.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mrs. Helliger. Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine, and thank you, Dr. Dupree, and your staff for the presentation. I would like to say a few things and echo the comments of my colleagues here this evening. And that is to say that I've never had to put together a master schedule. And so I have to rely on you and your staff in putting that together. Part of the role of a trustee is to ask questions. And we not only have a responsibility, we have an obligation to ask any question that we want to or feel we need to when you're asking us to consider taking action on a proposal or recommended course of action is going to impact the lives of thousands of students and teachers and administrators and parents. So I think that is what we're doing here this evening. I know I'm the senior board member in terms of tenure and age, a somewhat dubious distinction, but I've heard a lot about we want to take care of our teachers, and we do want to take care of our teachers. And I hope that with this plan, which has been evolving, and it's quite complicated, when we say we're going to ask our teachers at the campus to help the parents understand this, and we need to take the time to make sure that they have been fully briefed on this. And for me, it's not something that I can just assimilate in one sitting. It's quite complicated. And the PowerPoint is the shortest presentation compared to the in-depth proposal that has been prepared. So if we want to support our teachers, let's not leave them hanging by not fully briefing them and preparing them to ask questions that a lot of the questions we can't anticipate here tonight, and the parents will ferret those out due to the unique situations of their own children when they show up at school. And I would like to say we do want to support our teachers, but we also want to support our students. And I think that's important. Students can't be taught without teachers, but if we don't have students, we don't need teachers, we don't need administration, we don't need any trustees. So let's not forget to do our best to take care of our students. And I was going to ask the question about what we were really voting on tonight, but that's been asked several times, and I received my answer. So thank you very much. And Dr. Lemley has a very articulate explanation of the Bell schedule. We all may have some more questions on it as time goes by, but I appreciate the presentation this evening. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. We have a quick follow-up question by Mrs. Tolsan.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. So I wanted to also reiterate what Ms. Helliger said earlier about making sure that we pivot sooner rather than later if we see any issues with this plan. I had a couple of emails that came in, and so I just wanted to ask the questions, the follow-up questions, and then and give a little insight into teachers and what teachers and parents are thinking. So first of all, the cheating follow-up, to what Mrs. James asked earlier, what about students not being able to go back when they're taking an online test versus a face-to-face test? And what about students online being given a midnight deadline where face-to-face kids are not? Or what about students online being given tests on Saturday when face-to-face kids are not given tests on Saturday? How are we handling those kind of things? Because those are equity issues that we have to consider.
Sorry, I couldn't get unmuted. I would need a little bit more information around Saturday assessments, as an assessment is usually scheduled during a class period and monitored by the teacher.
But they're not, that's not what's happening. So you guys need to know that. So I appreciate all the answers that come down from district administration, but how it's being implemented in our classrooms is sometimes a little bit different.
So
Thank you, Ms. Hassan.
And yes, that's good information and that's good feedback. I know that also as part of our plan is the classroom monitoring, just as we would do in the face-to-face environment. And so there's a very, there's a process and a protocol for monitoring the online instruction. And so we'll need to work just as we do with face-to-face with Department of School Leadership, working with our principals, doing extensive walkthroughs so that we can ensure that there's a level of fidelity, a high level of fidelity in terms of the expectations and the delivery of instruction. And as you said, the monitoring of the cheating.
So I think, yeah, this is an area that we probably need to do a little bit of work on to ensure that there's equity there and to ensure that there's no room for cheating. I know that there are certain things that colleges use to ensure that for online classes. I don't know if we have access to any of that, but I can tell you as a parent that the way it's going right now is we have some work that we can do there. So I just wanted to put that out there. I also, I didn't address this earlier, but you know, you guys made some statements about why parents chose online versus face-to-face. And I asked the question about where we got our feedback from, our parent feedback about the online schedule. And I just want to make you guys aware. I mean, I know we chose online in my family, and it wasn't for the reasons that have been stated. It was for other reasons. So we just need to be sure that we are acknowledging that and that we're aware of that. But I received an email and have received emails from other focus group members who gave the feedback about online versus what we had last fall, which didn't necessarily mean that a true aligned schedule wouldn't be an improvement. And that's a quote from one of the focus group leaders. So I just want to make sure that as we're processing that feedback and processing that information, that we're doing so understanding what these focus group members thought they were being asked. And if you ask them a different question now of whether they would prefer online in the model that we have now, or if they were to consider an aligned schedule, I think that's asking a different question. I think it's asking it in a different context. So I just want to make sure that when we're receiving that feedback, that we're analyzing it appropriately as we make changes. And then, you know, I appreciate that we're caring for our teachers, and like Mr. Rice says, making sure that we're caring for our students as well, because I've gotten some feedback from teachers that right now because they feel like they have to start over with students, and I appreciate that. We had one principal that sent us a schedule that said 85% or 80% or something of the students were able to keep or at least one teacher or something, and God bless them for making that happen. I know it's not easy. But our teachers are feeling defeated, and that's the word that they're using because they're having to start over. So I just want us to keep that in mind. And like Mr. Rice said, we need to be sure that we're equipping them to handle all these questions, because I know a lot of teachers really don't know what's going on, and they feel like they have kind of lost control, and it is defeating. So I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get the messages out to the parents and to support our teachers as they have to answer a lot of these questions. My last question is, so Dr. Dupree, I heard you say that, principals are struggling a little bit, and that they still will need to attend to the needs of their own staff and their own students. And this may be a rhetorical question. I don't know if you have an answer to it, because in my mind, it begs the question, how can they attend to the needs of their staff if the district is requiring certain things of their staff at the district level? And how can they attend to the needs of their students if teachers from other campuses are responsible for those students? I just want us to keep that in mind, because we do typically have our principals there to care for those students. They know those students. To care for that staff, they know that staff. And I understand, I understand the equity argument or statement or position that you make, because we do need to ensure that we're utilizing our staff. And this is a very unique and challenging time, but I would challenge us even further to think through, how can principals care for their own staff and students if people either at the district level or at other campuses are responsible for those staff or students, or are requiring certain things of them?
Well, my response to that would be kind of back to what I said earlier. At this point, we are doing things we would never normally do under normal conditions. And that's why we're trying to take care of principals to the best of our ability. I meet with them regularly. I try to keep them informed. I try to make sure they know they're valued and important, which is what I expect them to do. It all comes, for their staff, it all comes back to the fact for us, equity means we're all, it's a classic PLC, all teachers for all kids, not my kids in my classroom. I'm here for all kids. And our teachers do a great job of that. They care for kids who are not their kids. And we've seen that really grow in our district over the last number of years. So in this case, that all of our kids crosses the boundaries maybe of a campus, but they're still our kids. And the student, they're still a student at where they're a student, and they're still that principal's child, and the principal still has a voice, and they're still monitoring that student. They're still a part of their data set, their analysis, and their care and concern. So, we're not giving, we're given organizational direction, and we're scheduling and giving guidance, but ultimately it's kind of like what we heard Simon Sinek say recently. It's our job to take care of the people who are doing the work. And that's what we're trying to do. And it's the principal's job to take care of the teachers' job to take care of the kids. And I think they're doing it well, and they're going to do it. And you just have to know. I mean, several of you have referenced the load teachers are carrying, and I own every bit of that. Teachers are carrying an enormous load. But I'm also, the challenge I'm going to push back on that a little bit is sometimes it's easy to look across district lines and say, oh, look at how great it is over there. A lot of those teachers are carrying heavier loads because the organization is not organized and not giving the level of support we give. Our teachers' load is heavy, 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 no matter what. It just is going to be, and I hate that for them. I hate it that we're having to ask them to do the things we're having to ask them to do. And I wish there was a way, but Mrs. James, I think in an email last week asked me, are we going to have to go hire a lot more teachers through all of this? And the answer is, even if I needed teachers, there's not teachers to hire. There's not good quality teachers to hire. So that means teachers have got to work. But I'm sorry, I'm giving you a long-winded answer, and that's not my goal. I just want you and all of the board and anyone listening to this, and our teachers especially, to understand we are not minimalizing any of this. We're not poo-pooing, discounting, or in any way attempting to underestimate the load our teachers are carrying. And because I hear it from them myself, but I do also hear positive feedback saying, we know that we're in good hands. We know that our board cares, because you all show that all the time. They know their administration cares. They know their principals care, and they know the load is heavy, but our teachers are remarkable, and we're going to keep doing everything we can to support them, to help them through this.
Well, I appreciate that response, and I don't doubt it, because I've been on this board for 6.5 years, and this board does care, and I know that you care, and I know the administration cares. And again, as I said earlier, it's my job to challenge us, and I'm going to challenge us as district administrators to make sure that we are that's trickling all the way down into the classroom, and that we really are making sure that they're, because when teachers say they feel defeated, that's concerning to me as a parent and as a trustee, and I know it is for you guys as well. So I know they're carrying a heavy load, and to some extent all teachers are, and it's a challenging time. But I just want to make sure that we're listening to them. I've said that past several board meetings, that we're engaging them, and that we're listening to them, and that we're giving them all the information we possibly can, in addition to providing that support. So I just wanted to make sure we're thinking through all of those scenarios as we implement a plan that's a district-wide plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tossan. Mrs. James.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. I have one follow-up question. Ms. Helliger, a few minutes ago, was talking about decisions for closing a classroom or closing a campus, and wanting to make sure those decisions were equitable across the district. So my question is, who is making those decisions? Dr. Dupree, is that your responsibility, classroom by classroom? Who makes the decisions?
Ultimately, it is my decision, that per policy, But as you would expect, we've got a very strong team. We got two teams actually, one under Dr. Westbrook on the student side, and then under Dr. Alice Ledford on the staff side. So they're working very tightly together to manage the pandemic management plan and all the indicators on a day-to-day basis. So all aspects of the contact tracing, the data gathering, all of that is being done by those two divisions under their leadership. And then, of course, as things emerge, then we address them in real time. You know, in one case confirmed, we're on it immediately doing the contact tracing. We don't wait 3 or 4 days. We're on it now so we can get down to business and protect people to the best of our ability. But yes, but ultimately it's under my watch to make sure that that happens in a timely manner.
Okay, so I think what I understood you saying is Dr. Westbrook and Dr. Ledford leading the teams. And since those are district wide, there will be equity because the decisions are being made in the same way by their teams for all campuses across the district.
Exactly. So yes, in specific response to what you just said, it's not going to be a school nurse at a campus or a principal or an administrator at a campus saying, okay, we need to close this classroom. All of that's going to be analyzed and data and contact processed at the organizational level.
Okay, so I think that's what Ms. Helliger was asking and wanting to make sure those decisions were equitable so that we weren't we weren't having variance. And then how will the board know if classrooms or campuses or grade levels or something are closed? And then what is the process for reopening those?
Well, so the communication to the board will be like it typically is on any other type of event of that nature. You'd get an email communicating to you this is necessary, just so you're informed on a real-time basis of what's going on in the organization. And then and I don't know if Dr. Westbrook or somebody wants to address this, but our protocols that are established also address the reopening of classrooms as well. Pilar, can you speak to that?
Certainly. So in thinking about how we process through what happens, we want to make sure that we're communicating correctly to the board, as well as the campus principal, as well as anyone involved. So whether it's an itinerant staff member or a parent of a student at the campus, we're providing communication. We're working very closely with Amanda and Veronica and the communications team to make sure we're sharing the information, but we're also doing it in a way to protect identity and then protect confidentiality as well.
Okay, well, I think that's good, but just to follow up on what Ms. Helliger said, making sure that we're making those decisions in an equitable way and that campuses are opening when they can be open, they're open when they can be open for the children who need face-to-face learning is really important. So I'll stop asking follow-up questions, but I just wanted to be clear that school being open or not opening is an important piece in the equity puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Mr. Rosenthal.
So I have like a whole page of questions, but I'm gonna just hit a couple of them since it's 8 something already. First of all, Dr. Dupree, I'd like to thank you and your staff for compiling hundreds of questions along with answers that you've answered for a lot of the folks who have written us and you. And I found those very helpful to read through. One of the, I think, underlying themes that I hear a little bit from this conversation and questions is that, and it's something you and I talked about on Friday, is that we need to make sure that communication is consistent from this room all the way down to the parent and student. I think that parents and teachers are getting information that is not necessarily correct. And so I think that's I'm going to challenge you and your staff to make sure our campus leaders really understand and communicate the correct information all the way down. Because I think we've all seen some emails that said, oh, well, so-and-so said this. And, you know, it's opposite of what you may have said or what somebody, you know, or what we may have heard in the boardroom here. And so I think that's absolute. I mean, communication is really key here right now. Everybody needs to understand. Everybody needs to be on the same page. So I'm just going to challenge you to make sure that everybody gets the correct information. Another thing is a success story. We just got an email. I was going to say a few minutes ago, but now it's probably been an hour already, about a cross entity situation that was able to be solved, and I think that's a great move forward, a great step forward, and it shows that we are able to reimagine education. And I'd like to see and hear more of these, because I think it's all this online stuff. It does offer increased choice, and I think in this case, the parent and student were able to take advantage of that, and it works well for them. So I'm glad to see that was able to be worked out. The other concern is what several people have brought up about the whole cheating issue. And I know there was one of the questions that you answered that was supplied to us in our update, the September 11th update, was you discussed some of the solutions where teachers can use the laptop or whatever cameras to kind of see, you know, what's happening, whether students is on the phone, or there was another tool that was mentioned where you can block browser access to only Schoology or whatever was being used. But just sitting here, I was thinking, like, right now I'm sitting here, I have my desktop open, you know, where I can see my district emails and whatnot, and I also have my laptop here where I'm, you know, in the Teams in the Zoom meeting. And so I'm sure there are lots of folks, lots of ways that these students that are much more tech savvy than me can figure ways around that. So I do think that's an important issue. You know, again, you can't sit there and have eyes everywhere, but I just want to make sure we all keep that in mind, because that is an unfair advantage. And just as Ms. Tostan brought up, as far as allowing kids till midnight, and if there is things going on the weekend, that's really not fair. So, and maybe those are some of the reasons that we have a disproportionate number of kids who elected to stay online. So, again, I have several other questions, but I will get with you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. And our last question, Miss Patty Helliger.
Sorry. I'm gonna make this real quick. So I agree with you, Dave and Kristen, around the equitability around if you give assignments for online and they have the flexibility to do turning assignments at a certain date, that same flexibility should be given to face-to-face. It's just like on a college level. It should not be anything different. I don't care if it's the same period, different period. It's the same syllabus. It's the same assignments are due at the same time. So I'm hoping that that's not going to even be an issue for us. And so I'm going to stop there. I know, because I'm seeing Diana shaking her head. That's not an issue. So I'm comfortable with that. So a couple questions real quick. Teachers, from a communication standpoint of what Dave just stated, Dr. Limley, is they're concerned around their planning periods, especially on that block schedule. I think there's still some scheduling questions around that. Can you address that real quick for me? the planning periods that they're able to do, since we're doing a block schedule, so you have A and B day? Are they only getting 1 hour between the A and B day? How's that working?
They will get their continued planning period that they have now. Just like we're doing the 4 periods a day on an A day and B day schedule, we're just taking out that Wednesday compressed schedule. And so they'll have the same type of planning period that they have now.
And that is, I'm not a teacher, so I don't know. That is.
So they teach 6 out of 7, plus they have an advisory class. So they'll have 1 conference period per that whole 2-day cycle.
So, okay, so 1 hour within the 2-day cycle.
It's a 90-minute block. They'll have 1 90-minute block
Okay.
per the 8-period 2-day schedule that we have.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And then this is my last question, Jason. We haven't talked about this. Is based on the scheduling around the Dr. Dina Hill, the if-then schedule, if a student is, let's say, positive for COVID and has to go home, the kids go home, they pivot to an online environment, or so the child is sick, or let's say someone is sick. What is our policy around that? Will they be able to make up that time during the time that they're out? I'm hearing that our policy around that is pretty strict around the absences around COVID. So I want to make sure that that gets addressed. Can someone talk to that a little bit?
Let me interject in general, and then I'll let one of the other leaders address it. One of the positive aspects of this situation, Ms. Helliger, is that because of the way we're doing online learning, if a student is sick and still capable of engaging with school, they can do that and be counted present as if they're just moving forward and they don't get hit with any absences. And again, that's assuming that they're, maybe they've got a slight fever, maybe they're in close contact, but they're not actually ill. If they're home, they're engaging in school. And so that's one of the upsides. But other than that, Dina or Brett, do you all want to address that further?
Yeah, because if I'm
Yes.
sick, so if I'm a sick student and I just can't engage because I'm sick, and how is my absence going to be handled that way?
Brett?
So, yeah, and Dr. Pre, thank you for stating that. I was just about to make the same point. If the student is sick, just like pre-pandemic times, they're sick. And we're gonna afford them the time to make up that work that they missed when they were home and they were incapable because of their illness to participate in class. But the great news is, like Dr. Dupree said, once they're feeling better, we have the protocols in line so that they can re-engage with their class even before they return to school. Many times we have kids who feel great, but they're still running a fever, so they can't go back to school. We can now engage them in class to do that. So it's going to be a lot less missed time due to illness. Just like, we've had a reference earlier for COVID. If a student gets COVID, we've got to quarantine for at least 14 days, I believe is a CDC recommendation. Sometimes the student might not even feel bad at all. Well, that 14 days is not a missed 14 days now because we have the capability to engage them in learning.
Okay. So there is concerns around that. So Dr. Dupree, maybe we need to, in one of your future communications, we talk to that a little bit, especially, it's easy to understand for those that are not sick that we pivot onto online learning, but those that are sick, there's a concern that we have some really strict policies and constraints around that. So I want to make sure that we address that.
Good. Well.
Okay, thanks. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Helliger. I want to thank all my fellow trustees for all the questions and comments this evening. It was very helpful for me to listen to this as well, and it was great conversation. I have a few really brief questions. Dr. Dupree, you said that we will have this presentation available to the public tomorrow, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is there going to be some type of a standardized deadline expectation for campuses to let parents know what their student schedule may look like? For example, if they start in 2 weeks, do they have to have it done by a specific date, or is that based on campus to campus?
Brett, have you all talked, or Dean, have you all discussed that?
Yes, sir. So that's why we had first of all, that's why we had to get the data when we got it. We want to afford parents and families the opportunity to experience online learning for a little while before making that decision. And then we had to have a short window so we could gather our data to give our schedulers enough time to create those schedules. Students will be communicated their new schedule before they step foot on campus. You know, in the old days, we could post it all on the wall and they would all gather around and see who was where. Well, we can't do that now because we can't gather. So we're going to have to communicate that electronically before they appear. Because when they do come to campus, we're going to have to shuffle them into a space where we're not all congregating in one area, again, because we have to have social distance.
Brett, do we have the timeline though? Is that going to be prescribed so many days before their campus face-to-face day?
That's really going to depend on how quickly we can get those master schedules done. The timeline that I can communicate right now is that it will be before the student steps on campus.
Okay. I just asked because I have two elementary age students and I'm getting a lot of questions so parents can plan. So not to put anything else on your plate, I just wanted to make that point. That's
well, our shortest timeline is for pre-K and K, and our next shortest timeline is for first grade, right? So it's going to follow with that same staggered entry.
Yes, sir. And then will extended day begin the same time that on-site instruction begins, face-to-face?
Yes, sir, Mr. Burdine, it will. Extended learning will start that first day back for those students as they're phased in.
All right. Well, that's all that I have for this evening. I think that every question that I may have had has been answered. And once again, thanks for the conversation. We can't thank staff enough for all their hard work, all their planning. Thank you, Dr. Dupree and your team. This didn't happen on accident, and we appreciate your hard work. So with that being said,
we need to vote.
That's right. We are going to vote via roll call. So I'm going to ask that you state your name and then yay or nay. We're going to start with Mrs. Allison Drew.
This is Allison Drew. Yay.
Mrs. Grail James.
This is Grail James. I vote yay.
Mr. Jim Rice.
This is Jim Rice. I vote yay.
Mr. Dave Rosenthal.
This is Dave Rosenthal. I vote yay.
Mrs. Kristen Taussand.
This is Kristen Taussand. I vote yay.
This is Jason Burdine, and I also vote yay.
I need to vote.
And
this is Addie
sorry,
Halliger.
Mrs. Addie Halliger.
Yay. I vote yay.
Thank you, Mrs. Helliger. Motion passes. We will now convene in closed session under the Texas Open Meeting Act, Chapter 551, under the following sections for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subject matters authorized by law. We are now convened in closed session.
because some of the stuff is damp. They just,
Mr. Rice,
Yes, sir.
how was your day, sir?
Sorry.
How was your day?
Okay.
I meant to ask, how was your round of golf this morning? Did you start at the early tee time? I assume because I was at the later tee time and didn't see you or Dave.
Yeah, it was good. It's good.
Y'all got the good weather. We were good until about halfway through, and then it became miserable.
Miserably hot.
Miserably. Great time.
I don't know why I don't have video. That's all right.
Mr. Swerka.
Yes, sir. So anyway, I didn't get to play because I had I've had a persistent cough, and I went and got tested again for COVID. I don't have it, but I mean, it just hangs on, and it makes me feel pretty weak. So I don't know what it is other than a summer cold.
Mr. Swerka, go ahead and mute your video if you could.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Do we have everyone here? Is Dr. Dupree on yet? All right. We have all of our board members, Mr. Rosenthal, Mrs. Taussand. Who else am I missing? See Mrs. James.
Like everybody's here.
All right. All right. We are now reconvened in open session. We do not have any action items in closed session to consider. So we're going to move along to 8A1, which is to review revisions to a local board policy, EIC local academic achievement class ranking. Did we have anyone that wanted to make a comment about this?
Mr. Burdine, I do.
Good, Ms. James.
My question, I guess, is do we rank sophomores? In the paragraph that we added, it only seems to speak of juniors and seniors, and I just wanted to figure out if it was good or if we needed to change something in there. We don't have to even answer that tonight. I'm just throwing that out there for administration to look at.
Dr. Dupree, would you like me to comment?
Would you, Mrs. James, due to the time, would you like to speak to it, or would you like us to address it in a follow-up?
I think a follow-up memo would be great. You can answer a question.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Moving along to 8A2, review the approval of the 2020 tax year tax roll. Any questions or comments? All right. 8A3, review the adoption of the 2020 ad valorem tax rate. Please speak up. I have a hard time. If you have a question or comment, because I have a hard time looking at everyone's square. 8A4, review the Fort Bend ISD fiscal and budgetary strategy. 8A5, review the approval of the resolution adopting the district's investment strategy and authorization of the district investment brokers. Questions or comments? 8A6, review bond underwriters. 8A7, review the joint election agreement and contract for election services with Fort Bend County to coordinate and administer a general election on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Eight A8, review previous meeting minutes. 8A through E, actually. All right. Moving along to 8B1, review the approval of the asynchronous learning plan for the 2021 school year.
I have a question on that one.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So I just wondered if we needed to have a resolution to go with this, similar to what we did with the synchronous attestation last week or 2 weeks ago, or whenever we did it.
Reviewing the document, there is that attestation to the IEP, and FAPE is similar to the last document. So I did visit with Rick Morris today about perhaps drafting a similar resolution if the board felt like that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think it would be appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. James. Dr. Dupree. Moving along to 8B2, review class size exemption waiver in grades K through 4 where the teacher to student ratio exceeds 22:1.
Mr. Burdine, the staff is pulling that item from consideration this month.
Okay.
To the transition, we're going to have all of our class sizes, everything. There's going to be a lot of change in the next month. So
okay.
I talked to the commissioner today about delaying this annual requirement to October or November. And so it'll be filed based on the revised schedules when we get those done.
Okay.
So we'll be removing that from the regular meeting agenda for next week.
Thank you, sir. 8 8C1, review approval of the certified Texas teacher evaluation and support appraisers for the 2021 school year.
Is there a list for this, or that's coming next week?
Yes, we'll provide a list next week. We're verifying all that and making sure we got all the appointments filled and all of those kinds of things.
All right, 8D1, review the revised.
Hang on.
Sorry about that.
Last one. Charles, how is that actually working since we've been pretty much online and whatnot? How's the T-test actually, how do you, I don't know,
I'd like, well, I have not spoken to that. Deanna or somebody, can you speak to that?
Yes, Stephanie Williams. Ms. Williams, are you on? Yes.
The T-test evaluation is continuing through this year. We have adjusted our timelines because the TEA has adjusted their rubric to include virtual learning. They just released that a week ago, so staff is currently doing a side-by-side and preparing information for principals. So currently they are using the in-district monitoring tool for walkthroughs, and then we will be utilizing the TEA documents for both virtual and face-to-face instruction.
That's got to be difficult to evaluate a teacher who's online. And that's just really got to be tough. I mean, I know we have to do it, but that's just commentary. Anyway, all right, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Moving along to 8D1, review the revised interlocal agreement between Fort Bend ISD, Fort Bend County, and the Fort Bend County Juvenile Board regarding the Saved by the Bell truancy program. 8D2, review memorandum of understanding for the Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program. 8E1, review the proposed budget amendment 1 to the 2021 general fund. 8E2, review the uncollectible property tax accounts.
Mr. President, if I may, I
Yes,
would
sir.
like to acknowledge we have members of our delinquent tax collection firm here with Purdue, Mr. Mike Swikert and Ms. Yolanda Humphrey are both here this evening, so I would like to acknowledge them, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. And thank you, Yolanda and Mike, for hanging on with us this evening. 8E3A, review the purchase of personal protection equipment, supplies, and related items. 8E3B, review the purchase of Scantron equipment and related items. 8E3C, review the purchase of Oracle products and related services. 8E3D, review the purchase of facilities management software solutions and equipment from Dude Solutions, Inc. 8E3E, review purchase of swimming pool chemicals, supplies, and equipment. 8E4A, review the construction services agreement with Dunhill Development and Construction LLC for multi-campus renovations. AE4B, review construction services agreement with E-Contractors USA LLC for site signage at various campuses. 8E4C, review easement between Fort Bend ISD and Fort Bend County Drainage District for new detention pond at Hodges Bend Transportation Center. 8E4D, review approval of using the 2018 bond program contingency as proposed. All right. Next on the agenda is our adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
May I have a second?
Second.
This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.